W, Dallas, Fort Worth?
From Dallas.
Okay. Your whole life, Dallas area?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I know it's our tendencies when we answer questions to say or
Yes.
Unfortunately, this fine court reporter has to have yes or no's.
Okay.
I want to take you back to November of 2020. Where were you living in November of 2020?
An apartment complex. Oh, I forgot the name of it.
Is that the Arroyo?
The Arroyo Apartments, yes.
And what was the location of the Arroyo Apartments, if you remember?
I don't remember the address, sorry.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Now, you and I have met, I believe, once.
Mm-hmm. Correct, yes.
And during our meeting, I showed you a couple of the exhibits that we might use during trial. State's Exhibit 612, a photo. State's Exhibit 613, which is a map, but it's a photo. State's Exhibit 615, which is a photo of a screen grab of a video.
Correct.
And 614, which you've reviewed as well, correct?
Correct.
And you had a chance to review these, and we've discussed as it relates to this case. Is that fair?
Yes.
And do you think these would help the jury understand your testimony here talking about the questions I have?
Yes.
State would offer 612, 613, and 614 and 615 for all purposes.
Right, would you summarize what those photos are?
Yes, Your Honor. 612 is a aerial map photo of the Arroyo Apartments from Google Maps. 613 is the Arroyo Apartments actual map for the apartment complex. 614 is a video from Ms. Armenta's apartment at the time. 615 is a screenshot of one of the videos from her apartment during that time.
May I just take this witness briefly on board, Iyer?
You may.
Ma'am, I just want to ask you very specifically about the video that I think the prosecutor was asking you about. You recall that?
I recall the cameras I had in my apartment and the videos that they took from
Okay.
my
When
apartment.
did you review those videos?
I didn't review them. The detective came and kind of told me something happened. They needed the
Okay,
footage.
sorry. I just want to make sure that I'm being really clear. You have not reviewed the videos. Is that what
With,
you're saying?
Sorry,
With the prosecutor?
correct.
When did you do that?
Probably about 2-3 months ago, 4 months ago, something around that.
Okay, and did you authenticate whatever it is that you saw on the video?
Yes.
You remembered all of that?
Mhm.
And then when you looked at still pictures of it, did you recognize the still pictures?
From my video, yes.
Okay, so did you work with them in creating the still pictures?
I kind of just provided the footage to them, whatever they needed.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
State, were you objecting or you just wanted to?
I just wanted to get clarification on that. So I'm not going to object to 6, 15, 13, or 12. Then there's no objection to
614.
614.
All right, this is the 612 through 615 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission published.
You may.
Now, Ms. Armenta, the Arroyo Apartments, where is it located in Dallas?
It's right in between, I guess, Duncanville Road and Crocker Hill.
In what area of Dallas would you describe that as?
I would say Oak Cliff.
In 612, is that what we're looking at here is the apartment complex?
Correct.
the road that, going from right to left across the bottom of 612, what road is that right there?
Ledbetter,
Okay. And in the middle of the photo, I have it circled, but is that the apartment complex there?
correct, that's the entrance to the apartments and the entire complex.
And if you could, I believe, on the screen to your left, could you notate, if you just draw in there,
Mhm.
can you draw where your apartment was located? Okay. And so, as far as the entrance and exit into the apartment complex off of Ledbetter, can you explain to this jury, was that the only entrance and exit into the apartment complex?
Correct, one way in, one way out. That's what I liked about the complex.
Okay. And if you were heading, I guess, from right to left at the bottom of 612 on Ledbetter, it's this turn before, I guess, you get to the railroad tracks, is that fair?
Correct, it's a bridge that right before it.
Okay. And when you come in, is there a gate or how do you get in once you get there?
There's no gates, just drive right through.
All right. Then I'm just gonna add back where you mark your apartment. So when you go into the apartment complex, how would you describe it? Is that kind of like a middle set and then there's an exterior set of apartments?
Correct, there's the ones in the middle. I usually would drive in, make that first right, and then my apartments will be towards the right, by the woods.
Okay, and so, you take a right off of Ledbetter, you come to the apartment complex, you can either go straight or you can take a right.
Correct,
But either way, it would loop back around to that entrance off of Ledbetter.
correct.
Now, the visitor parking, if, say you had somebody wanting to come and stay, could you please mark, for the jury where a visitor would park?
I believe it would be right in front of the office, so it'd be around here.
Okay. And just for the record, there's, if you come in off of Ledbetter, go past that first right, there's a kind of a lot there, is that fair?
Correct,
I'm just gonna zoom in so let's see it a little bit better. This lot right here,
yes.
they're pretty strict about towing at the Arroyo.
Yeah, the
Okay.
Arroyo Apartments.
Do you remember, or sorry, going back to your apartment, if I was coming to visit you and was gonna, be staying there for an extended period of time, I didn't want my car to get towed, is there any information that you might need to give the apartment complex as it related to my license plate or the vehicle I was driving?
It's pretty much your license plate, information on the vehicle that they're driving, if you're gonna be staying there for a long time. I never really had many visitors, it was always just me and my daughter.
Okay, and did you live there alone just with your daughter?
Correct,
But that would be the protocol if you were having visitors to make sure they didn't get towed.
correct.
Now, your apartment itself, were you on the first floor or the second floor?
I was on the second floor.
I'm showing you Mr. Martha's State's Exhibit 613, which I think is maybe a little bit, it's not as fun as the Google map, but does this also show kind of the entrance off of Ledbetter where you can go right down to your apartment?
Correct,
And then
yes,
the second turn in, that would be the visitors parking.
correct,
And then your apartment was in the set kind of in the middle of 613, furthest to the right.
correct.
As far as trash pickup, is there like a special trash pickup or did y'all have to take your trash to a dumpster or anything like that?
We would have to dump our own trash.
Okay, and when you went to, from your apartment and you were located about here, Where
Yes.
would you go to take your trash to dump it?
It's right in front of my complex, so it was right here.
Okay. Was it across the parking lot though?
Sorry, yes, it was across the
I just
parking lot.
object to the,
Overruled.
It was in the parking lot, but across the street.
Correct, yes, sorry, the pictures don't, this one don't know.
I know it's not a great picture, that's why I'm trying to help. Do you remember November 11th of 2020?
A little bit, yeah.
What do you remember
Somewhat.
about that? I mean, that's almost 6 years ago. Why do you remember that day?
Because I know an incident happened, and again, it was just me and my daughter, so I was kind of scared for our safety because of what had happened.
And when you say something happened, you found out that a murder happened.
Yes, when the detective came and told me that a murder took place, and it happened from the apartment complex, I was kind of scared.
Okay. Did you end up moving?
Yes, after an incident happened, I left.
And when the detectives came, did they ask you if you had any surveillance or photos that might be useful to help them in their investigation?
He kind of just came in and told me if something had happened, if my cameras worked, because my cameras were obviously by the window, and you can kind of visibly see them there. And he asked for the footage for that day.
Okay, and you provided it to him.
Yes,
Now, there's a bunch of video.
correct. Yeah, it goes on, it's censored, so anything that moves, anything, it will capture it.
Thank you. And so you kind of jumped to what I was going to ask about next. It is motion censored.
Correct.
Were you able to provide them with all the video that you had at that time?
Correct, yes.
Now, as far as your neighbors, did you know any of your neighbors that lived in the apartment complex?
I knew the couple across from me and then the one below me.
And is that Jocelyn Jackson that you knew?
Correct.
So this was, I believe it was, if we're looking at the calendar over there, a Wednesday in November. I don't want to get into too much of your personal details, but was your daughter in school?
She was just starting daycare,
Okay.
so that day I believe she was in daycare.
Okay. But not in not school age.
No,
Were you at home during the day?
yes.
And around noon, did you hear anything or notice anything take place?
I did hear commotion.
Okay, and what was that commotion?
It was Jocelyn rushing out of her apartment with her kids.
And as far as her rushing out of her apartments, did you hear her say anything or her state, her emotional state?
I just object to the hearsay.
If I can respond, it would be her presence and impression of what she heard as far as an emotional state.
Lay the proper foundation.
Did you actually see Jocelyn leave the apartment complex?
The camera footage seen when she left, I just heard her yelling.
Okay. Did she sound upset?
Yes,
Did you make out even any of the words
it was just a lot of cursing and
and seemed upset?
correct.
I'm publishing video.mov, which comes from State's Exhibit 614. Did you know most of the vehicles that park in your apartment complex?
I was familiar with the ones that were for our unit.
All right. In State's Exhibit 614, do you recognize the cars that are out here in this video?
I recognize.
Thinking of buying a brand new car? Now you can. 100% online with Carvana.
Yep, the same car vending machine, Carvana.
It works just like buying.
This black Camaro that was back then?
No,
Had you ever seen it before that day?
no.
Now, as we look at State's Exhibit 614, and I believe it's only, I'm going to press play just so we can watch it one time. we see it picked up some movement from a cat, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So in 6:15, this is a screen grab from that camera, correct?
Yes.
And so we talked about the dumpster. You see that dumpster that you have to take your trash to?
Yes.
And where is that located in relation to your apartment?
Right across from where the other units are at, towards the left.
And can you describe how the black Camaro is parked in that spot that it's located?
It's parked reversed, facing towards our unit.
It's back in looking at your apartment.
Correct.
And at the bottom of 6:15, you have the first car, the second car, and then what's in between the second and the third car?
That is the walkway to walk either up the stairs or to our unit.
So right by where it says 6:15, that would be the walkway to either your apartment or Jocelyn's?
Correct.
And that black Camaro is looking directly at the walkway to your door or her door on the first floor.
Correct.
Have you ever seen that Camaro back in that spot or any of those spots, either before or after the murder?
No.
I'll pass the witness.
Yes, ma'am. Is it Armenta or Armenta?
Armenta.
Armenta, okay, I apologize. You said that you were familiar with all of the cars that would come and go from your apartment complex
For our unit.
for your unit. Had you seen a Corvette there before?
No.
No, never?
Possibly a red one, now that you bring it up.
Okay, what about a like tan Honda?
No.
Okay. When you were home that day, had you seen anybody leaving your apartment complex that you didn't recognize?
No, I work nights around that time, so I wouldn't be.
Okay, I'm so sorry to interrupt. You said you worked nights around that time?
Yeah, around that time I used to work nights.
Okay. I mean, I'm assuming that that means that you kind of slept during the day.
Correct.
Okay. So on November 10th, November 11th, were you kind of sleeping during the day?
That morning, yes, and then I had to wake up to take my kid to school.
Okay,
To
and then what
daycare.
time did you wake up to take the kid to school?
She has to be in by 8, so I dropped her off before then.
And then what time did you come back to your house?
Correct.
And then what time did you make it back?
She was right down the street, so within 15 minutes.
Okay, and then once you got back, what did you do?
Kind of just picked up
You just what?
around the
Oh,
apartment.
leave your house.
Correct.
Okay. And then did you take another nap or go back to sleep, or did you just stay up for the rest of the day until it's time to pick up your daughter?
Just stayed up. I had class. I do online classes at that time.
Okay, so on that day, did you observe any kind of tan car leaving your apartment complex?
No, not that I've seen.
Did you observe any sort of black car leaving your apartment complex?
Not that I've seen.
Did you observe, you said that you didn't see anyone that you did recognize leaving your apartment complex?
Correct, no. But I wasn't vigilant
Okay, and you weren't vigilant?
as far as like looking out the window that day or anything of that sort.
Okay, and that's because it was a normal day for you.
Correct.
You had no idea what was going on.
Correct.
And it wasn't until sometime later that police officers came and asked you about your video. Is that right?
Correct.
Other than the police officers, who else asked you about the video?
That day or just in
At any
general?
time?
I know Jocelyn did write me and ask me for the videos.
Okay, so Jocelyn wrote you and asked you about the videos?
Correct.
Okay. Anybody else?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. And it was to access them or get them or
Correct.
ask you to like download them for her?
To send them or to ask what could be viewed on the videos.
Okay. And at that time, did you look at the videos yourself?
At that point, I had kind of turned everything in, and I just didn't want nothing to do with it, so I didn't respond to anyone, or I didn't
Okay.
even want to look at
Okay.
what was going on.
So let me just be clear. It was you, the police had come to get the videos, and it was after that Jocelyn sent you a message?
Correct,
Okay. Trying to see what was on the videos?
correct.
Okay. Do you know the father of Jocelyn's children?
No,
You don't know him?
no,
You hadn't seen him?
no.
Have you seen her kids get picked up by a man before?
I've heard like altercations before,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
but never viewed.
Okay, so you said altercations before?
Correct.
Okay, between who?
I'm assuming whomever, the kid's father, I guess.
Okay, was she with the kid's father?
I honestly don't know.
Okay, so was she dating anyone?
I don't know. I never knew her that way, only whenever it would be commotion or if my kid was just stomping too loud, she'd come up and,
Okay, so you don't know, if you heard commotion, you have no idea who it was between?
correct,
Okay, so you don't know if it was between her and her father's,
correct,
her children's father, or her and anybody else?
correct,
Okay, because you don't even know who that person is?
correct,
Okay. And so once you turned everything in, you didn't have anything else to do with it?
correct,
And you don't know anything about anything that occurred, other than something you may have been told after the fact?
correct, and just what was on social media.
Okay. I'll pass the witness at this time.
State,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
may this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
Defense?
No objections from the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to leave. Ladies and gentlemen, it's right around noon, 11:58. Let's take a 1 hour lunch break and be back at 1 o'clock.
All right.
Yes.
So I'll give y'all a brief recap of what happened today. Jocelyn continued her testimony on direct examination, and she was crossed by the defense. I'm not sure what the defense is. Oh, the defense is trying to add, of course, everybody else into the feud. They're trying to add tension between not Jocelyn, but Mo3, Yella Beezy, Trap Boy, even Rainwater. So I think their position is to throw it on everyone else, but Jocelyn wasn't the witness to try to do that on, because she is the mother of Devin Brown's child. So she if no one knows, she knows. And it was the text messages immediately after that is very puzzling against Devin Brown, because he attempted to say that you had my kids around this man and, they could have been shot up, but you are accused of shooting them. Insane. So that was the main parts of her testimony. I don't think the defense got anything off as an advantage on her testimony, but I will tell you what happened in the courtroom yesterday or afternoon. Some blogger, that name is Ratchet, was told today that he could not come into the courtroom because Jocelyn, of course, was still testifying. He got into an altercation with her brother yesterday afternoon, and it was caught on video that he was getting into a dispute. The brother was ready to put BTA on him because he'd been talking reckless about his sister and someone else in the family. And that's the one thing about being a blogger versus being an analyst, a legal analyst, which is our platform, and being reporters or journalists. we have a different decorum when it comes to how we report. We're not reporting to be salacious, to be defamatory, to come at people's families or them personally. That's just you asking to see somebody family member in person, and he saw their family member in person, and he just didn't like what the family member or her brother was ready to do to him. I commend her brother on standing up for him, standing up for her, and whatever other family member he was speaking on. One of my fellow bloggers, and I'll call her a content reporter. Her name is Pretty Girl Catching the News. She's on Facebook. She did a recap of what she saw, and she said, yeah, the ratchet guy was scared. He got police escorts to escort him to his car. He was trying to press charges. Boy, you can't press charges on somebody that when you were the antagonizer. So with that, he was already on thin ice with the judge for interviewing a juror. So now you have this situation, sir. You are playing with people's family, and they see you in person, and you don't have that energy you have behind a computer. So I'm always conscious of how I report and how I put things on my platform, because at the end of the day, these are people's real lives. So when you see how I report, and when you see the things that I report on, you know that from my standpoint, it's always going to be legitimate on my end. So I wanted to make sure that I gave y'all an update on that, because he was not allowed in the courtroom today because of that shenanigans that he caused yesterday. And in my opinion, he probably shouldn't be able to be in the courtroom reporting on it anyway, because of his demeanor and what he's attempting to do. Like, that's not okay. And I will say this: I don't think this girl had anything to do with Mo3's unaliving. I do think the proximity of his access to her and posting her son with that chain on, it ignited a feud that I don't think he should have done, but I'm not him and he not me. So we have to be conscious of the things that we post. And y'all, my platforms are growing so fast. Like my Instagram is at 145K. My YouTube, which I appreciate all my subscribers, I'm going to be doing something for my members coming up pretty soon, so that we can get acclimated, because I want it to be a space where my members get to ask questions. Or if you got a question about something going on, like, you have that access to me in our private member group. My TikTok is at 22K. This is all organic. My Facebook is at 24,000. My Threads is almost to 20,000 people. And that, to me, it enforces something, and it puts a different responsibility on me to be very conscious of how I post, but knowing that things still need to be posted. So I appreciate all of the organic growth. Like, I built these platforms from zero to where they are now. No, it's not bought and paid for. Everyone that is subscribed to my channel are authentic followers, and I appreciate y'all. I appreciate the support. I appreciate when y'all share, like, and subscribe. I appreciate when y'all comment. I appreciate when y'all ask questions, because this platform, the Public Opinion Court, was built so that
now 40% off in 3 months. Get
access
Plus
to
and make career growth a routine thing. Unlock over 10.
A credible source of news. We report on all different things, and I'll tell you, even in my growth, I still would have to assess and make certain adjustments along the way. And I'm patient in that, in knowing that I'm not going to get everything right. And there are going to be posts that I need to take down because I respect individuals' privacy and mental health. That's just the integrity that I possess, the character that I possess in myself, because I know that there are days where I'm scrolling and, you know, if something is posted about me, how that affects and wrecks my nervous system. So I try to be conscious of that when it comes to us. But when it comes to other people, I don't, my ancestors died so that I can have my First Amendment rights. So understand, y'all not safe over here, but the colors, y'all safe over here. Just don't start nothing, won't be nothing on the public opinion court. But they are on an hour lunch. Feel free to put, you know, questions in the chat. I will be breaking down Little Dirk's transcripts later on today. I promise you all, because y'all, when I tell you that trial is, and I should have been there, and I may still try to go for the verdict watch on that case, because that I just feel like Brian Steele and Drew Finley have a great hold on that case. So I'm going to do the transcripts because we got a real rat. While people's out here talking about Gunna was a rat, no, this Jam is a real certified, like, diabolical rat. Like, how you gonna try to go rat on somebody that took care of you during your 12-year bid before and after? No, it ain't. It ain't. We gonna break it down. When I say break it down, y'all know how I break stuff down. Like, you know, I'm a little theatrical. I be a little shocked, and I give y'all the full reaction of it all. And one of my fellow YouTubers and content journalist, Steady Nash, is who I get all of my reporting from on the Dirk trial. And I may see if we can go live at some point when he's back at night doing it, so I can get more insight on what's going
Now
on.
40% off for
But
3 months. Get
for
Coursera
all the
Plus and make
updates
career growth a routine thing. Unlock over 10
on Dirk's trial, the only source that I follow is Steady Nash. There's an attorney. Her name is Jasmine. Let me get her Instagram so I can tell y'all exactly where to go. Her name is attorney.jasmine. She's in the courtroom listening to it. And Kanye West just entered the courthouse to support Dirk, his fellow Chicago native. That is what's up. Shout out to Kanye, because Kanye gonna show up and show out for whoever that he supports. And I appreciate that, because in the midst of dark times, when situations like this happen, you find out who your real friends are. You find out who really gonna stand by you. And I wholeheartedly love the fact that Kanye shows up for his people. He's going to pull up to the courtroom no matter how big or small the gesture is. But understand that when people come under attack by law enforcement and they look at us, I mean, they're doing it to us, that is our opportunity to show up for our people and still show up in support. So shout out to Kanye for showing up like he showed up for Diddy a year ago when it wasn't popular. That's what I love about some people that know when it's not popular, show the fuck up, because at the end of the day, these people are still humans going through this system, and a system that has always been designed to target us. And if you follow my story, you know that I've been on every side of the spectrum in the legal system. So if don't nobody know, I know. So that's why I'm like, Kanye, shout out to you for showing up to Dirk trial. Now, you know, I'm going to go and allow this break to happen, but come back at 1:30 and we gonna follow the rest of the trial.
back on the record will reflect that the defendant is present and the attorney to say is present, the jurors are present and seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Hope everybody has something to eat. Y'all feel a bit of pressure? All right, let's proceed then. We're going to stay ready to call it a
State is wrong.
call it a
State will call Liz Matheson.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
You doing all right?
I'm doing all right.
All right. I appreciate you being here. Would you mind introducing yourself to the jury and spelling your name for our court reporter, please?
Hello, my name is Liz Mathis Pyle. Liz, Lizz, Mathis, Matthys -Pyle.
And is it Ms. Pyle?
Mathis Pyle.
Mathis Pyle?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. How are you currently employed?
I work for a company called Ecamm, formerly known as Self Monitoring.
And were y'all contacted back in 2020 regarding some surveillance video from the Arroyo apartments?
Yes.
And did y'all provide those to the detectives that were investigating this case?
Yes.
And prior to your testimony today, have you had an opportunity to look at the records that you provided with me, as well as some just some still grabs from all of the videos?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
Permission to move about freely?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Mathis Pyle, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 616, which is just a notice of intent. That you signed and dated, and it was June of this year,
Yeah.
or sometime earlier this year,
Yes.
or sorry, actually last year. Oh, my goodness, it was December of last year. And then you reviewed this disc,
Yes.
and the disc is 617, and the still photos of 619, 620, and 621. Are those the things that is this the disc or the videos that you
Yes.
provided?
Is
And-
that 617?
Yes, Your Honor. And are the photos in 618, 19, 20, and 21, are they just still grabs of a lot of video that's on 617, 18?
Yes, I believe so.
And you've reviewed all this?
Yes.
David Arbor State's Exhibit 616 for record purposes only, 617 through 21 for all purposes. Correct.
Just have a quick question to ask Mr. Adamson.
Go ahead.
No objection to 618, 619, 620, 621, and I guess this would be 617. I think there was one that was for record purposes, 616.
Is that for business records?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 616 is admitted for record purposes only. State's Exhibit 617 through 621 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission colors this year.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Mathis Pyle, again, there's a lot of video that comes from the Arroyo Apartments. But as far as, I'm just gonna publish this jury just a small clip of the time span that we've watched, but you weren't a fact witness to this case. You weren't on the freeway when this murder happened. You weren't a witness in any shape or form, were you?
That is correct.
Okay. And for the record, that's at 13. The video that I'm playing starts at 13:04 and 5 seconds. Ms. Mathis-Pyle, is this Arroyo apartment located in Dallas off of Ledbetter?
I recognize the footage. I believe it is the same location, yes.
Okay. And so 618 that we have up here is just a still shot of what appears to be a gold or a tan car entering the Roy Apartments. It's just a small photo of it.
Yes.
And then that evening at about 6:48:02. You see a black car that's in 6:19, it's still shot in 6:19. Yeah, I'm just showing you a small photo of 6:19.
Yes.
And then moving into November 11th at 11:45 and 19 seconds. See a gold or tan car leave. And at 11:45:39, a black car
also released.
Do you recognize your signature on this disc?
Yes,
And this disc is a combined video of those surveillances.
yes,
And then 625, this is a photo from the videos, is that correct?
yes,
And 626 is also just a photo from the videos.
correct.
Your Honor, at this time, state offers 622 for record purposes, 623, 624, 625, and 626 for all purposes.
Go ahead and describe 623 to 626.
620 Yes, Your Honor, 623 is a disc that contains the records that Mr. Robles provided in 622. Six-
624, please continue to.
624 are combined videos from individual videos that Mr. Robles provided from 623.
Okay.
And then 625 and 626 are still photos from those videos.
Thank you.
Okay, so, let's see that. I'm gonna call out the right. So we would just object to the 624. I think it's a video that was combined or compiled or created either by the state or by Mr. Robles, and not how the original clips were turned over to the state of Texas. So we would be just objecting.
Summer afternoons in Beaver Creek are magical, but especially at 3 o'clock. That's when the fresh chocolate chip cookies come out. Kids and adults come running, and the whole village shares a little moment of joy together. That's why we bake them every day. Who wants cookies?
Have any comments?
Yes, Your Honor. For State's Exhibit 624, it just shows it's a combined of two of the surveillance videos that Mr. Robles was able to identify. He is able to identify both of those videos that are just combined, and it's just seamless as opposed to having to pay multiple videos.
Thank you. All right, State's Exhibit 622 is admitted for record purposes only. State's Exhibit 623 through 626 are admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Coltrane?
You may.
Okay. On the screen, and there's a screen to your left if that's easier to see.
Okay.
We're looking at State's Exhibit 624, which are the combined videos of those surveillance that you provided. And that date on there, we see that that's November 11th of 2020. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, the time on there says 12:48. Can you please explain that time?
It was actually 11:48 because my system was, it had an update on the time, on the timing zone change. So it was really 11:48.
So even though it says 12:48, it's actually 11:48.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Right, in State's Exhibit 625, we see that there is a gold colored car or a light colored car that drove by at 12:48:26, but really that's 11:48:26. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this is just a smaller picture of that 625. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then State's Exhibit 626, we see that at 12:49:03, but really that is 11:49:03, a black Camaro in the picture. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this is just a smaller version of what we see here on State 626?
Yes.
All Mr. Robles, you, all you did for this trial was just to pull those videos, is that correct?
That's correct.
And review what you provided to the state?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Robles, I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Robles, when did you pull this video?
Well, I cannot recall exactly the day, but it was back in 2020.
In 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And before you were told, I think the prosecutor just told you what kind of cars they were. Before she said that, did you know what kind of cars those were?
I know the cars. I work in the industry.
Okay. And this is just from outside of your shop?
Yes, ma'am.
And where's your shop located?
3916 West Ledbetter Drive.
You're on Ledbetter?
Yes, ma'am.
And then how far are you from the highway?
I'm probably, you mean the main highway or the Ledbetter Drive?
Main highway.
I probably, it's like 5 minutes from 67.
No, 35, sorry.
35. It's probably 4 or 5 miles away from the shop.
Okay, and it's your testimony that even though your security system that you pulled back in 2020 clearly says 1249, it just is 626.
Correct.
You're saying, you're testifying that it's really, the time is wrong.
Correct.
Okay, and that's your testimony today?
Yes.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
State,
Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
may this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
No objection from the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're free to leave.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
State calls Courtney Lozano.
Good afternoon. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is, I'm sorry. My name is Courtney Lozano, COURTNEY LOZANO.
How are you currently employed?
I'm a forensic manager with the Dallas Police Department.
Now, as a forensic manager, do you have to also be a police officer?
No, I am a civilian, so I went through education and training, and that's how I got hired at Dallas Police.
Can you please explain to the jury what that education and training is?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology, a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice. I have a Master's in Forensic Science, and I have a doctorate in Forensic Science. And then I have been through a training outside of Dallas. I worked at Orange County Sheriff's Office in Orlando, Florida. That's where I received my initial training. And then I was hired on at DPD approximately 7 years ago, and I received additional training. And then I have about 500 or so hours of external credits in different types of, I guess, disciplines in forensic science.
And how long altogether have you worked in forensic science?
I've been in the field for 10 years.
And you said that right now you're with Dallas, but prior to that you were in Florida?
Yes, that is correct.
And what are your duties as a forensic analyst?
So as a manager, I'm still certified as a senior crime scene analyst. So I can still do the functions of the job, but I'm currently responsible for overseeing the work product of all of my employees. So I respond out to the scenes, I oversee the scenes, and then if I need to assist, I can. But overall, I make sure that their work product adheres to our policies and procedures that we are with the Dallas Police Department.
How are crime scene analysts assigned to go to a particular place?
So we have our crime scene analyst staff. We are a 24-hour unit, so therefore we have somebody on duty at all times. When a call for service comes in, we usually will dispatch the next available unit. For this specific case, we had a unit actually come in and assist because there was already some calls holding that day. So our analyst came in, this call was the first one that was, I guess, dispatched. due to the analyst coming in early.
Is it just usually one crime scene analyst that works, or can there be multiple working one scene at a time?
So our policy states that one analyst and at least a supervisor will respond to all critical incidences, which would include a homicide, officer-involved shooting. So for a scene like this, we would dispatch at least 2 people. And then sometimes, depending on the scene size and the resources needed, we will dispatch additional.
Do you only get called out on specific kinds of cases?
We respond to all types of cases. So we have crime scene analysts who respond to violent crimes, and then we have crime scene technicians who respond to property crimes.
And what do you, when you finally get to the scene?
Movies. They move us like nothing else. They make our jaws drop, our pulses pound, and our imagination run wild. Over thousands of tiny 3-color LEDs.
Our first priority is to make sure that the scene is contained. So we want to make sure that everything that is there on scene, the integrity is maintained. So once we get there, we make sure that everything's kind of locked down, that there's no more personnel inside and out. Whatever happened prior to our arrival, that there is no more movement amongst that scene.
Can you explain to the jury the different types of scenes that crime scene analysts can go to?
So the scenes can really vary. We can have outdoor scenes, we can have indoor scenes. So an indoor scene is going to be a little bit more contained. It's going to be a little bit easier to shut the door, make sure that nobody opens and closes the door. Whereas an outdoor scene, depending on the different entry points, it's just going to kind of depend on the size of it and the overall location. So we can respond to businesses, we can respond to apartment complexes, neighborhoods, or we can also respond to major intersections and streets as well.
Earlier you said that your first priority is to make sure that the scene is secure. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And then what do you do?
Once we make sure the scene is secure, we kind of just go through and observe what we have. We kind of just do walkthroughs. We try to figure out the extent of the scene, what is the immediate resources needed to process that scene, and if there's anything that really stands out that we need to preserve right away. Sometimes transient evidence is something that we need to contain. So we kind of just walk through and make sure that we identify all the priorities in that scene.
Can you explain what transient evidence is?
Transient evidence would be something that might be lost if it is not collected or preserved right away. So sometimes that could be gunshot residue, that could be a shoe print, especially if there's different type of weather conditions. We have to make sure that we preserve those items of evidence.
Are you the only one making a determination on what's important and what's what you should collect?
No, we usually collaborate with the case detectives. We can also collaborate amongst each other. Sometimes the case detectives get information throughout their investigation while we're on scene that might lead us to process certain areas or look at certain areas. But other than that, we're trained in making sure that we are thoroughly processing for what type of call we're being reported to. So if we are being called to a shooting, then we are looking for evidence that is associated with the shooting, etc., for stabbings or anything like that.
Once you determine that something is important or could be relevant, what do you do?
We are then going to start documenting it. So what we call is in situ. It means it's in place, it's as is. So we document everything without any type of manipulation. And then we will start adding evidence markers. We'll start marking, identifying what we are going to collect and what we deem as probative physical evidence. And then once we have done that, then that's when we will do our documentation and collection of those items.
Do you also maybe do diagrams as well?
We do. On certain types of scenes, we will diagram and take measurements. This is in case anybody ever needs to do any type of reconstruction or they need some type of relationship between items of evidence. So we will do it. It becomes a demonstrative for testimony or reference later.
And is there a certain way that crime scene analysts should take photos?
We do what we call overall mid-range close-up. So we are showing everything in context as an overall. Then when we do a mid-range, it's showing its relationship to a fixed point. And when we do close-up, it's that item only by itself. So it might have an evidence marker, but the point is to show you the details of that item.
Then once you take those photos, what do you do next?
Once we finish the photos, then we will go through the collection process. This is when we are actually seizing each item of evidence that has been identified, usually by a numerical identifier on the ground, what we also call like an evidence marker. So once we've collected those items, then we will kind of do like secondary, tertiary searches to make sure we've collected everything. And then we would usually begin any type of processing that might cause permanent damage or changes to the scene, such as like fingerprint processing, chemical processing, or anything like that.
And is it just one analyst that's doing this collection, or are you sometimes working as a team?
We're usually working as a team, especially for larger scenes. We usually request some of our lower level technicians to come in and help. And they're kind of just there to assist us. They're not responsible for any of the work product, but they're there to kind of like add an extra set of hands.
Once you start doing that collection, where does the evidence go?
Depending on what is required from the evidence, all the evidence returns back to the Dallas Police Department lab. And then we will either package the items and it will go to the next unit, or the items will be packaged and sent to the property room for storage.
And is that the extent of your involvement when you go out to the crime scene?
Yes,
You don't do the firearm testing or DNA testing or anything like that, is that correct?
that is correct. I do not.
Were you called out to a shooting on a highway on November 11th of 2020?
Yes, I was.
Now, was it just you, or were you all working as a team?
We was, my crime scene analyst at the time, Justin O'Donnell, had already responded, and I responded about 45 minutes after him.
Was it just the two of you?
We did have additional personnel once I made scene. I called for additional personnel when our next shift started, which was approximately at 2:30 p.m.
Can you explain if there were any challenges to going to a crime scene like this?
It was difficult to access the actual scene location. The highway was shut down. They only had one entry point. So we had to go pretty far south to be able to hit the northbound ramp to come up. There was also quite a bit of car traffic. So for crime scene, we usually try to get as far up as we can in the crime scene, especially if we're going to be in and out of our vehicle. So navigating that type of traffic on the highway was a little difficult.
And what about collecting the evidence that was there?
The evidence was pretty far spread out. So we had to make sure we did a thorough job in searching, collecting, and identifying everything that we had. We had to move vehicles as well to make sure that if there was any items underneath the vehicles, that we had done a thorough search underneath each of those as well.
Is it hard to process scenes when you've got cars driving through or have previously driven through those scenes?
It can be difficult. It can manipulate the evidence. It can either change the physical aspect of it, such as, it being crushed, or it can also spread them out. So they can bounce, they can kind of move around a little bit. So it makes it a little bit more difficult to identify the exact locations of everything.
And so maybe where a piece of evidence was, if a car drove through or someone ran by, that evidence could potentially move. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
You want to make a approach? Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 57 through 258. And we've met before and you've reviewed these photos?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember that this is the way that the scene was on the day that you responded out on November 11th of 2020?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can you please take a moment just to review these photos and make sure that you recognize everything that's in these photos? And then take You recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
And in one of those photos, did you create a diagram of this scene
Yes, I did.
of how the cars were on the highway?
Yes, it was the cars and then the items of evidence that we collected.
Your Honor, at this time, State offered State's Exhibit 57 through 258 for all purposes have previously been tendered to the defense counsel.
objections by the defense?
No objection other than, that there's obviously pictures that are, far away, close up of the exact same thing.
The objections overruled. Cases that are 57 through 258 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Honor. And Ms. Lozano, you did we talked about, you did a diagram of the scene?
Yes, I did.
And State's Exhibits 57A, this is just a larger version of that diagram that you did, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, State offers State's Exhibit 57A for demonstrative purposes.
All right, what's the smaller diagram? What exhibit is that?
57.
57, oh. All right.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 57A is admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Lozano, you talked about how first make sure the scene is clear, and then you start looking for important things, and then start marking where those important things are. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And did you do that in this instance?
Yes, so analyst Justin O'Donnell was the one that actually photographed them, but we went through and marked all the items of evidence once he completed his overall photographs.
And again, y'all worked as a team to collect those evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Looking at State's Exhibit 46, and the screen to your left, that's easier as well. This is just that overview of the scene that you responded to that day.
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit 58, what do we see here?
That is a photo identifier that analyst O'Donnell took, and that's just identifying that it's his name and initials, the initial response location he responded to, and the date of his response.
Is this how crime scene analysts typically memorialize how they find or where they find certain pieces of evidence?
Yes, it's to identify the scene that they're responding to. Normal pretense is that they would be taking a new photograph for each time they go to a new location.
We see that this is case number 201916-2020. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And the case number, say if there's additional follow-up, everything for that follow-up, would it always go to that particular case number?
We usually try to keep everything under the same case number. Sometimes detectives will pull separate case numbers if there's new response locations, but we usually will try to cross-reference the original one if that is the one that we are identifying the work under.
This case is at 59. Is this just a view of the scene that day?
Yes, this is the southernmost part of the scene, and this is looking northbound.
States is at 60, just a closer view of that.
This is them walking northbound along the highway, the overalls.
States is at 61.
The overalls walking northbound.
States is at 62.
Still the overalls northbound.
63, same thing.
Yes.
64, same thing.
Yes.
65, continuing walking northbound.
Yes.
66.
Still northbound.
States Exhibit 68.
This is now the furthest northbound, looking back southbound.
States Exhibit 69.
And this is walking southbound.
States Exhibit 70.
Continuing southbound.
71, are you continuing southbound?
Yes.
72, continuing southbound.
Yes.
States Exhibit 73.
It's continuing southbound.
States Exhibit 74.
It's still southbound.
And States Exhibit 75.
That is looking northbound.
States Exhibit 76.
This is going northbound.
States Exhibit 77, is that just a closer up?
This is now identifying the vehicles that remained on scene upon our arrival.
States Exhibit 78.
These are the overalls of the truck that was still on scene.
States Exhibit 79.
That is the.
Are there LLC services with no hidden fees?
Yes, but you have to know what to look for. A lot of LLC
location of the doors, so if they were open or closed.
6781,
And this is showing the passenger side of that truck.
6782,
This is going to document the Nissan Pathfinder,
6783.
and that's the front end of the Pathfinder.
And we can see that there are people that are still in that truck.
Yes, they were.
6784,
And this is documenting the doors on the driver's side.
6785,
And then this is the Allegiant Mobile Health vehicle,
86,
and that is the front end of that vehicle.
and 87.
And this is starting to document the evidence markers that were placed after the initial walkthrough.
Now, is there a particular order that you place markers?
We usually try to do them consecutively. Sometimes items of evidence are identified out of order if evidence markers are already laid down. In a scene such as this one, it's pretty hard to identify every fired cartridge case or item on the ground. So sometimes the items are found as you're placing evidence markers, and so the evidence markers might be a little out of order.
6788,
That is the close-up of item number 1.
and what do we see there?
That is going to be a part of a fired bullet. This is an overall of the evidence markers, and this is after we remove some of the vehicles to be able to show the relationship without the vehicles in the obstructed view.
6790,
This is just walking overalls.
91,
Continuing northbound of those overalls.
92,
The overalls are continuing.
6793,
These are still overalls.
6794.
These are overalls going northbound still.
On 6795, we also see some red or some orange markings. What is that?
That is the spray paint that identified where those vehicles were located when we got on scene. So you have 4 corners, so that's each of the tires, and then we spray painted the license plate behind so that we can continue to diagram those in without the vehicle being present.
6796,
This is walking northbound.
97,
That's showing the evidence markers that they're along the edge of the guardian rail.
As far as conditions of a road, could that matter with fire cartridge cases?
They can. The surface in which any type of evidence encounters can kind of alter the evidence a little bit. So a harder surface can cause items to move a little bit. A softer surface might kind of absorb the item when it lands. So working on a roadway, we do have to account for items kind of bouncing or moving.
6798,
That is going northbound with the overalls,
99,
and that's continuing northbound.
6700,
That's still going northbound,
101,
northbound,
102,
northbound.
103,
That is the farthest northbound, and now we're looking southbound back at the evidence markers we just marked.
6704,
And that's going southbound.
105, 106, 107, is that continuing southbound?
Yes.
108,
That is just kind of a side view of the overall evidence markers from a different angle.
109,
Same thing, we're kind of looking, that's towards the west, looking at the items.
110,
And the same thing, looking at the west.
111,
This is a mid-range of the evidence marker for 2.
112, what do we see here?
That would be a close-up of the fired cartridge case identified at marker 2.
113,
And these will continue the mid-range photos for each items of evidence.
114, we see marker 3.
Yes, that's a close-up for marker 3.
115,
And that's a close-up for marker 4.
Your Honor, may we approach?
power through this testimony. You need a break?
No. Good to power through.
Raise your hand if you, want to power through. Okay, everyone has a hand? Let's move on.
And for the most part, the rest of these are just close-ups of the evidence that you collected, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, am I first to witness?
You may.
Okay, Ms. Lozano, I am showing you what's been marked as States Exhibits 259 through 308. Do you recognize these bags?
Yes.
And what are they?
These are the bags that contain each item of evidence that was collected from the scene. So these contain either the fired cartridge cases or the fired projectiles or fired bullets.
And States Exhibits 852, do you recognize this?
Yes, this is a fragment that was recovered from one of the vehicles on scene.
And do you think this would help aid the jury?
Fragment of what?
It is a projectile fragment.
Okay, thank you.
Do you think this will help aid the jury to figure out which evidence was collected and exactly where you found that at the scene that day?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, State offers States Exhibit 259 through 308 and 852 for all purposes.
Any objections?
I'm so sorry. No objection.
All right. States Exhibits 259 through 308 and States Exhibit 852 are admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Post, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you mind stepping down? What we're gonna do is just gonna walk through the pieces of evidence and collect it, and then where you collected it from.
Okay.
And usually when you collect evidence, what are you writing on these bags?
The bags have the case identifier, so usually the case number that we are working it under. And then they will sometimes list what is located inside. So if there's a fired cartridge case, it might list the head stamp. And then the initials of the individual who seals it, their initials and badge, is the one that will be over the blue evidence tape.
And then do you also do any other numbers on here?
There can be, so this one has like a numerical identifier that will match the evidence marker that was utilized on the scene.
So States Exhibit 259 is marked as 1. Can you please show the jury where that is on the map?
One is going to be down here at the southernmost location of the scene.
And it's kind of hard to see this in the bag, but do you recall what that was?
This was a fire bullet fragment.
States Exhibit 260, it has a number 2 on the bag. Can you please point where that was located?
2 is going to be over here. It's still in the roadway, but up against the guardrail.
And we see that it looks quite different than States Exhibit 259.
Yes, it does.
And are you familiar with cartridge casings and fire cartridge casings or bullets?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you explain to the jury why this may look a little bit different than States Exhibit 1?
So a fired cartridge case is what gets extracted or ejected out of a firearm through the side port or the ejection port, whereas a fired bullet is actually coming out the barrel or the end of a firearm. So they're separating from each other. The projectile is what's going to travel forward, whereas the fired cartridge case is going to either eject to the left or the right.
State's Exhibit 261, this came from marker number 3. Can you please show the jury where that was located?
It's going to be right next to marker 2.
State's Exhibit 262 came from marker number 4. Can you show where that's located?
And that is going to be right here next to 3.
State's Exhibit 263 came from marker number 5.
It's going to be just north of the previous 3.
State's Exhibit 264 came from marker number 6.
And that's going to be right next to marker number 5.
State's Exhibit 265 came from marker number 7.
And it's going to be just a little east of the other evidence markers, but still in that general vicinity.
State's Exhibit 266 came from marker number 8.
That's going to be just east of marker number 7.
State's Exhibit 267 came from marker number 9.
And that's going to be right in the vicinity of marker 8.
State's Exhibit 268 came from marker number 10.
And that's going to be right there in the same vicinity as 8 and 9.
State's Exhibit 269 came from marker number 11.
It's going to be a little bit west along the guard rail on the side.
And these are all fire cartridge casings, is that right?
Yes, so far, besides item number 1.
Besides item number 1. State's Exhibit 270 came from marker number 12.
And it's going to be right here, just north of marker 11.
State's Exhibit 271 came from marker 13.
And right here, just to the east of marker 12.
State's Exhibit 272 came from marker number 14.
And it's right there next to 13.
State's Exhibit 273 came from marker 15A.
And that's going to be here to the west, or to, sorry, excuse me, to the east, a little bit closer to markers 9 and 10.
State's Exhibit 274 came from marker 17.
That's going to be right here next to marker 15.
State's Exhibit 275 came from marker 18.
And it's going to be northwest of marker 16, or 15, 17.
State's Exhibit 272 came from marker 19.
And that's going to be right here next to marker 18.
277 from marker 21.
That's going to be further north, still going northbound.
State's Exhibit 278 from marker 22.
It's going to be right next to marker 21.
State's Exhibit 279 from marker 23.
And that is also right there next to marker 21 and 22.
State's Exhibit 280 from marker 24.
This is going to be just a little east, northeast, located here in the center lane.
State's Exhibit 281 from marker 25.
And then that is going to be right there next to marker 24.
Now this looks a little bit different than what we've been seeing. Can you describe what this is?
This is going to be a bullet fragment as well.
State's Exhibit 282 from marker 26.
26 is going to be north of the previous markers.
State's Exhibit 283 from marker 27.
It's going to be going a little bit northwest of marker number 26.
State's Exhibit 284 from marker 28.
It's going to be right next to marker 27.
State's Exhibit 285 is from marker 29.
It's going to be further north.
And can you explain what is 282?
This is also a bullet fragment.
State's Exhibit 287 is from marker 30.
We're going to be going northwest, again, still in the roadway, but a little bit off to the side.
At Fiverr, we know that vibe coding can be a lot of fun until it's not. From back-end integration to product polish, Fiverr's got the experts to bring your product to life. Hire an expert today on Fiverr.
State's Exhibit 29 is from marker 33. We're going northbound still along that edge next to the guardrails. State's Exhibit 291 is from marker 34. 34 is going to be just east of 33. State's Exhibit 292 from marker 35, and that's going to be just west of 34. State's Exhibit 293 from marker 36. I think we're going northeast, and it's going to be north of 34. State's Exhibit 294 from marker 37. 37 is going to be the north of, right above, I guess, north of the last vehicle that we had in our scene. State's Exhibit 295 from marker 38, and 38 is going to be right there next to 37. State's Exhibit 296 from marker 39. 39 is going to be northwest, and it's going to be up near the edge of the lanes. State's Exhibit 297 from marker 40. 40 is going to also be north of 39 on the west side. State's Exhibit 298 from marker 41. Oh, here we go, 41, here we go. Thank you. We're going to be further south along the concrete barriers here. State's Exhibit 299 from marker 42. Okay, 42 is going to be back up north near marker 40. State's Exhibit 300 from marker 43. 43 is going to be north right next to 42. State's Exhibit 301 from marker 44. That's going to be north next to the 42 and 43. State's Exhibit 302 from marker 45. 45 will also be north near marker 44. State's Exhibit 303 from marker 46. 46 will be just east of marker 45. State's Exhibit 304 from marker 47. That's going to be just north of marker 45. State's Exhibit 305 from marker 48. 48 is going to be south near the very first vehicle that we documented. And can you tell us what that is? 48 is a bolt fragment. State's Exhibit 306 from marker 49. 49 is going to be closer down here near 48. This one is a little bit different than what we've previously seen. This one is a bit deformed, a little bit different than what the other casings that we've seen. Yes. State's Exhibit 307 from marker 50. 50 is actually going to be over here in the construction area, so this was on the other side of the concrete barrier. So some of the evidence ended up going on the opposite side of the freeway. So this center area was construction, so it wasn't oncoming traffic. So two of the items ended up in the construction area. State's Exhibit 308 from marker 51. And 51 was north of 50, still in that construction zone area. And lastly, we had State's Exhibit 852. Where did you find this? 852 was collected from the vehicle, the Audi, that was processed on scene that had sustained a possible bolt hole through the front windshield, and the projectile fragment was recovered from the rear driver floorboard. Looking at State's Exhibit 174, what do we see here? That is a side view, the driver's side of the Honda that was located on scene. Do you know who the owner of this car was? We were advised that the complainant was located in the vehicle, but I did not confirm the owner of the registered vehicle. State's Exhibit 175? That is the front view of the complainant's vehicle. State's Exhibit 176? That is the passenger side of the complainant's vehicle. And 177? And that is the rear of the complainant's vehicle. State's Exhibit 178? This is documenting the doors position, so open or closed. 179,
And then the same thing for the passenger side.
180,
And again, for both sides.
182,
That is the license plate
183,
and then the VIN.
184,
This is documenting that the front driver tire was flat.
that's from 185 and 186 as well,
Yes,
and 187.
yes.
And on 187, what do you see on the rim of that tire?
It looks like a possible bullet impact mark.
188,
That's documenting the front driver door with possible bullet impact marks or bullet holes.
189,
That is the inside of the front driver door.
190,
That's just showing the overall inside of the front driver compartment.
191,
That is showing the inside of the front passenger compartment.
192.
And then this is now documenting each of those impact marks or possible bullet holes.
Did you see that in 193 as well,
Yes, those are scales to identify the ones that were documented.
as well as 194?
Yes,
195, is this a closer view of one of those markers?
yes, it is.
196,
That's a close-up of the marker B.
197,
That is a close-up of the impact mark at C,
198,
and that is a close-up of the impact mark at D,
199,
and that is a close-up, looks like, of the possible hole at F.
and E.
And E, yes.
This is at 200,
That is the impact mark of G, which is on that front driver tire.
and 201 is a closer view of that.
Yes, it is.
And 202, what do we see sticking out of those holes?
Those are dowel rods or trajectory rods.
And then we'll just look at those photos from Stacy Exhibit 203 to 205, just showing the same thing, just different angles.
Yes,
206 to 207 and are just scenes, photos from the scenes, but 208, what do we see here?
that looks like, I believe that's one of the bullet fragments that were collected.
And then 213, is this on the other side of that construction that you were talking about earlier, where 50 and 51 were found?
Yes, it is.
So you say the 14 and 15 are just closer views of that.
Yes, they are.
And so exhibit 218, that's marker 51.
Yes,
Stacy exhibit 270, what do we see here?
that is the rear of the Kroger semi truck that was located on scene.
Stacy exhibit 221 and 222, which are just other views of that truck.
Yes, that is.
And 223 and 224, just views of that truck, and 225.
Yes,
And so at this point, what are you doing?
during the Kroger truck, we knew it was leaking an unknown fluid from underneath. So we were trying to see if we could identify any type of damage to the vehicle, such as a bullet hole. We were unable to locate any type of hole through the grill or even a ricochet mark off the ground. So it was just documenting that there was no visible damage to it, but it was leaking the fluid.
Stacy exhibit 230, is this that body that you also processed?
Yes, it is.
231, or did you show me that overall pictures that you talked about before?
Yes.
And Stacy exhibit 237, what do we see here?
That is a possible bullet hole that's located in the front windshield of the Audi.
238 is a closer view of that.
Yes.
And you were able to get a consent from Dr. Graham to search his car, is that correct?
Yes, it was provided from the detectives on scene prior to me entering his vehicle.
240 is just that driver's door open.
Yes,
241, a closer view of that.
yes.
Stacy exhibit 243, what do we see here?
That is a possible bullet hole through the visor on the driver's side.
And then Stacy exhibits 245 to 247, is that just the inside of this car?
Yes,
And State's Exhibit 49 and 50, you ended up putting the marker there,
Yes,
and that's marker A.
yes,
And 251 is just that side view from the inside of the car, is that right?
yes, that's correct.
252,
Those are just close-ups of those two scaled holes.
State's Exhibit 255, what do we see here?
That is the rear driver floorboard. It's the mat area.
A little bit closer, what do we see?
It is a piece of projectile fragment or bullet fragment.
257, that's just that in your hand.
Yes, it is.
And State's Exhibit 258, what do we see here?
That is a photo placard that I took prior to photographing each of those vehicles.
And again, we see that case number 201196-2020.
Yes.
What were the total amount of fire cartridge casings that you collected at the scene that day?
There were 44 total collected.
I'll pass the witness.
Yes, and is it detected? No.
No, you can just, Miss Lozano.
Ms. Lozano, yes, ma'am. And so you respond to scenes, that's part of what your responsibilities are.
Yes,
You are collecting evidence that you think could be important or could be relevant.
yes,
In this particular situation, you were just told that there was a shooting, is that right?
yes, that's correct.
And therefore, you're looking for fire cartridge casings and things like that, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You don't have information about the parties involved.
No, I do not.
You don't know how any of the information fits together,
No,
if it fits together, right?
that is correct.
Any of the, you don't know anything other than you're out there and you're collecting evidence that might be important.
That is correct.
Okay. You don't know if there was one gun or multiple guns. You don't know that.
No, I do not.
You don't know, was there anything out of the gold Honda, was there anything collected or photographed while you were at the scene?
Not while I was at the scene. The vehicle was towed and processed at a later time.
And so you just documented the outside of it?
That is correct.
Okay. And then, were you involved in documenting the vehicle at a later time?
No, I was not.
Okay. And so you arrived on scene at what time?
Approximately 13:44 or 1:44 p.m.
Okay. And then you said your partner was already there. What time did they get there?
They got there right before 1, approximately 12:57-ish, right around there.
Okay. And what was your understanding of the time that this allegation took place?
I was not made aware of the initial call itself. We only get a dispatch call from crime scene, which is going to be after the initial first responders.
Okay. What time was your dispatch call?
The initial call that crime scene analyst Justin O'Donnell was approximately around 12:30, 12:35 is when he was dispatched. So he made it there about 20 minutes or so after his dispatch.
Okay. And then, do you know whether or not, I know that at the point that you got there, obviously everything had to be blocked off. The traffic couldn't go through the scene anymore. Is that right?
That is correct.
Prior to you or your partner arriving, were there still cars driving through the scene?
I would not be able to attest to that. I'm not sure what happened before I got there.
Okay. And then what, your partner arrived before you did. So do you know whether or not your partner made sure that the scene was no longer being walked through or driven through?
That's part of our process. Whether he did, I cannot attest to it, but that is part of our process to make sure that there's no more movement with inside the scene.
Okay, and is there a log that you are responsible for keeping, or your partner or other law enforcement, about who's coming in and out of the scene?
There was no log created. We just usually log badge numbers that identify who we made contact with and who we visually saw inside the scene, and that's usually the log that we keep.
Okay, so you didn't, it's really who you guys would have come into contact with or seen with your own eyes at the scene?
Yes, that is correct.
You don't know whether or not before.
12 is 1, okay? It's a relentless attitude. We coming back next year. Let's do what we do, baby. Let's spin. Let's go. We got to get this on camera right here.
When at some point you understood that cars were driving through the scene before it was secured.
I would assume so based on the traffic, but I cannot say for sure that I knew that that happened.
Okay, and if that happens, you can't control the way that things that are on the ground are moved or dragged or rolled over or anything like that.
That is correct.
So the only thing that you can do is when you get there that you'll document where things are at that time.
Yes, that is correct.
But that may not be exactly where things were, you know, even an hour earlier or before you arrived.
That is possible.
And again, you're not given information about whatever law enforcement has identified as people potentially involved or cars potentially involved or anything like that. That's not part of your role.
Sometimes we receive the complainant's name if they are transported off the scene, but that would be the extent of the information received.
Okay. And there were, I think you took photographs of sort of fired cartridge casings that were on the other side of the freeway, is that right?
They were in the construction zone, which was just adjacent to the roadway that we were walking and driving.
Okay, so in the construction zone, which is where people were not driving?
That is correct.
It was blocked off?
Yes, it was.
And you don't know how those got there?
No, I do not.
Okay. And beyond taking pictures, that as it relates to any allegation about anything that occurred on November 11th, that's the extent of your involvement?
Yes, that is.
Okay, so again, no names were provided to you or theories or ideas, is that right?
That is correct.
I'll pass the link for this time.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
We can, she doesn't need to stay in the building, but we'll ask that she be subject to recall.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to step down now, but stay in touch with the state in case you need to.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, would you all like to take that break now? Yes? Okay, let's do that. Let's come back at, sorry, 2:30.
All right.
Like cringe every time.
Keep holding it down.
I'm losing my mind over it.
My favorite. Hi.
Stop watching this ad. Go to Wix and grab your domain name before someone else does. Because great names don't wait, and neither should you. Don't just name it, claim it on Wix Domains. Still here?
Oh, you're having so much fun. Yeah. Yeah, you just enjoy it so much. No. What? All right. You're not.
Yes.
It's all making sense now.
Y'all be back here at 2:42.
Yes.
Thank you.
In your honor, Marissa's bringing in some firearms that have already been cleared by bailiffs, and she's gonna keep them under this desk during the next two witnesses, so that way that they're cleared, they've been safe. I just wanna make sure the court was aware. Colleen Corbin.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to this jury and spell your name first and last for the court report?
Yes. My name is Colleen Forbing, K-Y-L-E-N-E. Forbing is F-O-R-B-I-N-G.
And Ms. Forbing, excuse me, how are you currently employed?
I'm stay-at-home mom.
All right. Probably one of the toughest jobs there is.
It is so much harder.
Back in 2020, how were you employed?
I was a crime scene analyst for the city of Dallas.
And back in 2020, or when did you begin your career as a crime scene analyst with the Dallas Police Department?
I can't remember exactly when I began with as an analyst because I started as a crime scene technician.
Okay.
And I believe that was in 2016.
Okay. And this jury just heard from Ms. Lozano, crime scene manager Lozano, who kind of talked about the differences in crime scene analysts and crime scene technicians. And I know it's getting late in the day, so I'm not going to go over all of that. But in 2020, you were a crime scene analyst.
Yes.
And they've heard about the training and that goes into becoming an analyst. Did you have all of that training at the time in 2020 and credentials at that time to be an analyst with the Dallas Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And if you know, how many scenes have you processed by 2020?
Yeah,
If you know.
I have no idea.
A lot.
A lot.
And have you testified in court before?
Yes,
Last time was probably with me also, right?
probably. I believe it was, yes.
Yeah. Well, thank you for being back. As far as November 11th of 2020, did you process anything regarding a murder that took place on I-35?
I did. I photographed a vehicle that had defects in it.
Okay. Your Honor, may I break? And Ms. Forbing, I'm going to show this mark as 309 through 314. So 309 through 314. You and I met maybe last year. Does that sound right?
I think it was last year, yeah.
And went through a bunch of photos, but narrowed it down to this. And I know this is a small representative photo of what you did. But are these a fair and accurate depiction of the photos of that truck that day?
Yes.
And do you think it would aid this jury in understanding your testimony in seeing these exhibits?
Yes.
State Officer State Exhibits 309 through 314.
There's no objection. There's no objection to this. State Exhibits 309 and 314 are admitted for all.
Now, Ms. Permission Public Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Forbing, there were a number of people from the physical evidence section that came out that day. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the jury just went through about 300 exhibits with Ms. Lozano, so I don't want to hop into these. Did you talk to any witnesses or speak to any witnesses at the scene that day?
I believe I spoke to the complainant of this truck.
Okay. But as far as taking witness statements or anything like that?
No.
Witness statements? No. Okay. State's Exhibit 309, what do we have here?
That is a placard that we photographed, and I mean crime scene, photograph before we take pictures of any crime scene so we know what case those photos are attached to.
And it contains the date and time, case number.
And me. Yes.
State's Exhibit 310. What do we have here?
The front of the vehicle. That would be a defect with a scale.
And that scale is, I believe it's A, is that correct?
Yes.
How do you decide how to number each scale that you use to show defects?
So for defects, I personally used letters, and I would just kind of start at the front as like this on the front of the vehicle and move my way back.
Stacy's Exhibit 312. What are we looking at here?
That would be the driver's side front tire, basically, is what.
Okay. And 313, is that just a close-up view of it?
Yes.
Did you collect any projectiles or fragments or FCCs associated with this wheel?
No.
And then Stacy Exhibit 314, what are we looking at here?
That is the rear driver's side tire.
Now,
or the side of the truck, sorry.
okay. And again, was this just to document and show the, your honor, permission to move out for this? Yes. Thank you. Was this just to show or document the defects that you observed in this vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this jury has just heard about this scene that is depicted in State's Exhibit 57A, which was the diagram that Ms. Lozano did. Where was this Dodge Ram truck in relation to all of this?
North.
So outside of the diagram?
Yes.
And was it on an exit ramp, or where was it at, if you remember?
I believe it was on the right shoulder, like this side.
On the right-hand side of the northbound
Of
lane?
the freeway, I believe that's where it was, yes.
Okay. Was that the only area?
Excuse me, Mr. Adams, I apologize. I do believe that the witness is reviewing some document. I just want to make sure that we're aware of what that is.
It's my report.
Can we take a look at it? Thank you.
Were you just using this to refresh your recollection?
Yes, because it's been 6 years.
Don't read from it, but if you need to
Okay.
refresh your recollection,
Yes.
by all means. But as far as this Dodge Ram truck, was that the only thing that you processed in relation to this scene?
Yes.
And did not collect any evidence?
No, I did not.
Did you have any other involvement in this investigation?
I believe I helped locate evidence at the main scene, which was that.
Okay.
But we all kind of looked around to make sure everything was collected. So.
Meaning the main scene that's in diagram 57A, I mean, the entire span of the highway that's documented there?
Yes.
I'll pass it to Michelle.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Yeah. No questions, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
Okay. Thank you, you're free to leave. State, call your next witness.
State will call Justin O'Donnell.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name for the record and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter?
My name is Justin O'Donnell, Justin, capital O, apostrophe.
With Next Insurance, it's super easy to manage my policies. It's updates instantly.
Having the ability to get an instant certificate was incredibly important. I love to just be able to pull up on my phone and just have all the information ready.
I grabbed my computer and in a couple of minutes I was done.
If a client needs something or if we need to up insurance on a specific job, that's a pretty easy process.
Next feels like it was designed for today's entrepreneur, today's business owner. And that's why I trust Next.
Visit nextinsurance.com and get your
Tattoos that are on the left forearm,
371,
tattoos that were on the upper body,
372.
Just a close-up tattoo, pictures of the tattoos on the upper chest, body, or upper body, and then, you also see the piece of jewelry.
373.
Just a close photograph of the piece of jewelry.
373.
And up close photographs of tattoos.
375.
This was a photograph of the tattoo on the left leg.
374.
An overall photograph kind of depicting the tattoo, or an overall photograph depicting a tattoo on the left leg.
375.
And then that's a close-up of the tattoo on the left leg.
And then 377.
And that's a close-up of the tattoo, I believe it's on the right leg.
I'll pass it to Sean.
Yes. Sir, you said that when you were taking pictures of the vehicle,
Mhm.
that was at Bill Big, which is the Dallas Auto Pound, is that right?
Correct.
And the Dallas Auto Pound, is that like an open facility or is it a locked facility?
That is a secure lock facility.
Okay, meaning you have to have some kind of special authorization to get in?
That is correct.
And so when you're taking pictures, are you simultaneously looking for items?
Yes and no. What we are doing first, again, when we do photo documentation, after we take photos, then we do start searching as we find things, then we're trying to document things as we go.
Okay, and you said that you look into the glove compartment, right? Is that right?
Yes,
You always open the glove compartment, is what you said?
yes, that's intent.
And then you always open the center console, is that right?
Correct.
And you're taking photographs of what's inside.
Right.
And then you're also like looking maybe on floorboards, is that right?
Yes,
You're looking underneath mats, maybe, is that correct?
correct.
In this case, did you do any of that?
We searched the car.
And I'm gonna pause you just for a moment and say, what I heard you say is we searched the car. Who are the people that searched the car?
So when I went out there, I had a trainee with me, which was Ashley Williams. So I was training her at the time. We met two homicide detectives out there.
And who were the two homicide detectives that you met out there?
I believe it was Chris Anderson and Detective Anderson and Detective Valdez were there. And when we get there, they notify us of what they're looking for. And we are looking for things that they have interest in or that they've gotten information on.
Okay, and so the four of you searched that vehicle, is that what you're testifying to?
I believe so, to the best of my recollection, yes.
Okay, and during the course of that search with the four people, the two homicide people and the two physical evidence section people.
Now 40% off for 3 months. Get Coursera Plus and make career growth a routine thing. Unlock over 10,000 flexible programs from experts like Microsoft, Google, Meta, and Stanford. Save on learning that works around your busy schedule with Coursera Plus.
I believe so, yes.
Did
That's
it
it.
appear to you that that was the first time that whoever stuff that was that, did it look like they had just placed it in the car like that day?
I can't tell you if that's how it was that day. I can only tell you that's how it was when I observed it.
Did it appear to be male items?
I believe there was mail in there.
I'm sorry. Male, like a man's
Oh.
items.
Yes, I believe the clothing was, I mean, I don't have it in front of me, but remember seeing male clothing in there.
Okay, I mean, you took pictures of male clothing. They're not, it's not
Okay.
right. Okay, so you also collected a large sum of money. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and you have to take it because it's money. You have to take it immediately to your property room. Is that correct?
Yes.
You also appear to have collected a jewelry box of jewelry. Is that right?
Yes.
Would that be characterized as like something of value that would need to go to the property room right away to be photographed?
Yes, that went to the property room that night too.
Okay, and did you laid out all of the money to take pictures of it? And you laid out all of the jewelry to take pictures, correct?
Yes.
Approximately, what was the value? Because I know you have to, just in case, right, for everybody's protection,
Right.
you do your best to kind of value the items that come to the property room. Is that right?
We don't put values on them. The only thing that would have value is the amount of money that's counted. I cannot, I can't put a value on what the jewelry is worth.
Do you know what kind or brands the jewelry was?
No, I don't, because I'm not an expert in jewelry.
Did you take pictures of it that would have shown if there was a brand written on there?
I don't remember taking pictures of specific brands, no.
Okay, so you don't remember whether or not the watch was a Cartier watch or anything like that?
No, I don't.
Okay, and so then you took photographs of all of the money.
Right.
And how much money ultimately were you able to determine was there?
So we counted a total of $17,960.
Okay, and so that was in cash?
Correct.
And that cash was from the pockets of the pants, is that correct?
Yes.
That was from the inside of the backpack, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was, I guess, some of the loose money that's kind of just strewn about the car?
Yes.
Okay, and so is that a large amount of cash, a small amount of cash?
Relatively speaking, that's a large amount of cash, yes.
Okay, do you know, and so you just, I guess, collected and put it away?
It's collected and then it was taken to the property room. Again, when we get to the property room, it's counted. And then it's inventoried, we fill out the property tag, and then it's deposited there.
Okay, I mean, I'm sorry, I was ahead in my mind. I was talking about once you got to the property room where you were photographing it. Okay, and so ultimately, once you have completed all of your photographs, you searched the car, you haven't found anything, take pictures of everything, your role as it related to this vehicle was over?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion to ever come back into contact with this vehicle?
After processing it, I do not believe I had any contact with that vehicle or responded back out there to process that vehicle.
Do you have any information about who owned the vehicle?
I know that when we got there, a search warrant was obtained, so I can't tell you who the car was registered to.
Did you review the search warrant?
Yes, I did.
Okay, but you just don't remember off the top of your head?
Well, I don't know who the car was registered to. They wrote a search warrant to search the car.
Okay.
But I don't know who the car is actually registered to.
Is there a responsibility within the police department to identify who a car belongs to so that you can then either get consent to search or present to a judge, this is the person that owns this car, we want to search it?
Crime scene unit does not do that. That is a function of the detective.
Okay, so that would be the responsibility of the detective to make a determination on who the owner of the car is, right?
Yes.
And you just go and take pictures?
Yes, we're there to assist them. We're there to document and potentially collect evidence.
Okay, and then ultimately, sometime after you take pictures of this car, you then respond to police headquarters, is that right?
Yes.
You take additional pictures, is that right?
Yes.
At this point, your role is just to respond and document, is that correct?
Correct.
It's not your job to have an opinion about what is happening, is that correct?
That is correct.
In fact, you're dictated to in terms of these are the pictures we want, this is what we're looking for, and then you follow those orders.
Fair enough.
Is that right?
Fair enough, yes.
And so as it relates to taking pictures of the car and taking pictures at police headquarters, you just responded as is your job and took pictures.
Yes.
That's right. I
Mhm.
Bill Big.
Mhm.
I didn't see a time stamp on there. What time did you go to Bill Big?
So got the call to go to Vilbig at about 9:30 on,
I'm so sorry, 9:30 a.m. or p.m.?
it was about 9:39 p.m.
p.m.
That's when I got the notification. And then, that's when I arrived there. So I actually got there at 9:39 p.m. On November 11th. I got the call at around 9:23 on November 11th.
Okay, so is Bill Big inside or outside?
The majority of it is outside. There's a big open outside parking lot. There's also a awning, and then there's also a secured building.
Was your search inside or outside?
It was outside.
So you were taking photographs and searching this car at nighttime?
Yes.
Is it well lit?
For the most part, yes.
Okay, you can see clearly.
You can see
the
clear.
pictures look very illuminated.
Correct.
Are you using like a flash or something?
To take photographs at night, yes, we do use flashes.
Okay, and are you using flashlights as you're searching for stuff?
Yes.
And so on this day, you were using flashes to take pictures and flashlights to search, is that right?
Yes.
And you would say that you did a thorough search, is that correct?
As best I can remember, when I was out there, the detectives had information that there was money that was in the car and jewelry. That was their main concern that night. We also searched through the entire car looking for various pieces of like fired bullets and gun-related evidence, etc.
Okay, so you did a thorough search of the car?
I would say for the most part, yes.
Okay, and so even though you're aware that a gun was found in that car later, you didn't find it?
I did not find it, no.
Okay, and just to make sure that your testimony is clear, you're saying that you found $17,500? And that's it?
It was $17,960 in cash that was found.
And that's it?
The other things that were collected were
No, I'm so sorry, sir. I'm talking about the cash only.
just the cash.
Yeah.
That is the total number of cash that was, amount of cash that was found.
Okay, that's your testimony.
Yes, because that's what we had found.
I'll pass the witnesses.
None further from the state, Your Honor.
Name this witness,
No objection from the state.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Same party next one.
St. Paul's Seth Rosenberg.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Seth Rosenberg, SETHROSENBERG.
I see you're wearing a Dallas Police uniform. You work for Dallas Police?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you worked with them?
25 years now.
And what is your current title?
Right now, I'm a crime scene detective.
Now, we've heard that there can also be civilian people that work in crime scenes. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You are a certified police officer with the Dallas Police
I was in the police academy for 9 months. Then you are in training for 24 weeks. Then you're on Little T for 2 months, which means you're riding with a senior officer after your training. And then you're in 4 months after that, you're off probation where you're on your own. I was working patrol. I was a trainer myself for 4 years. I got into crime scene 15 years ago. And with crime scene, had training for a month, had additional training for 10 weeks with an FTO myself, and then you start answering calls after that when you're on your own.
You said you've been with crime scene for 15 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure you've already heard about what you do when you go to a crime scene.
Join Google Fi Wireless and get Pixel 10a on us. Sign up for unlimited premium, our most popular plan.
November 16th of 2020.
Yes.
And were you asked to go to 1955 Bellgate Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what that location is?
That is the Dallas City pound where all the vehicles get towed to.
And were you asked to take photos that day?
Yes, ma'am.
You want a microphone? I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 502. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That's a search warrant.
And you were asked to take photos of a gold Honda, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 378 through 388. And these are photographs that you took, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
And do you think this will help the jury in seeing the photos that you took that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time State offers State's Exhibit 502 for record purposes only, and 378 through 388 for all purposes.
No objection to the photographs, and then, at this time, no objection. Oh, I apologize, Your Honor. No objection to the photographs at this time, and no objection to the, 502 for record purposes at this time.
State's Exhibit 502 is admitted for record purposes. State's Exhibits 378 through 388 are admitted for all purposes.
Detective Rosenberg, what was the point of you taking photos of the car that day?
The detectives wanted me to try to find some fired bullets or fired bullet fragments in the car door.
Were you able to find any that day?
No, ma'am.
On the screen, this is State's Exhibit 378, and this is the placard that you took before you started taking photos?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see that this is for case number 201-916-2020, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the date was 11/16 of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at State's Exhibit 379, what do we see?
I'm getting the overall of the vehicle where we get the license plates so it will match up with the search warrant.
And they've heard from crime scene, is this the overall photos that you take first?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, 380 is just another view of the gold Honda.
Yes, ma'am.
381,
Continuing around. and finished.
383. What do we see here?
These are the fired bullets that entered the vehicle's door at this time.
384. What do we see?
That is the inside of that door that had the fired bullets in it.
385.
I took photos of just the driver's seat and the center console.
And that's how it was when you opened the car door that day, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
386.
I took the door panel off the door of the driver's door,
What was the purpose for that?
trying to get inside the door to find fired bullets that may have still been left inside.
387. What do we see?
That is the panel to the driver door that I took off.
388.
That is me taking the lining on the inside of that door, moved it to look inside that door to try to find the fired bullet or fired bullet fragments.
Was that the only purpose that you were out there that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you search any part of the vehicle at that point?
No, ma'am.
Past witness.
Yes. So there were no bullet fragments or fired bullets inside of the door frame, is that correct?
Correct.
There were none inside of the vehicle, like seat.
Correct.
There were no defects on the side of the seat.
Correct.
There were no defects on like the floorboard.
Not that I saw.
Okay. I mean, so much so that you like took the door off and looked inside. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you therefore know those holes that were photographed on the outside of that car by somebody other than you, correct?
Correct.
Do you know when those holes got there? Had you seen that car before the day you took pictures of it?
No, ma'am.
Had you seen it before November 11th?
No, ma'am.
But what you have are holes on the outside of the car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Which, based on your training and experience, means that they either went all the way through, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Or they stopped once they went through the first part of the door and then maybe fell into the inside of the door.
Yes, ma'am.
But when you went there on November, was it 19th, 16th?
16.
There was none of that.
Correct.
Okay. And you also, did you go back and research this car at any time after 11/16?
No, ma'am.
Are you aware that there was a third search of this car? Are you aware of that?
No, ma'am.
And are you aware of any of the items that were found on the third search?
No, ma'am.
And then you just document this and then you're done?
Yes, ma'am.
The items and stuff that were on the driver's side seat, how did those get there?
I do not know.
Okay, are you aware that they weren't there during the first photographs?
I have no clue.
Does somebody utilize or go inside of the vehicle when it's at building?
Usually an officer will do an inventory search of a vehicle before it goes to the pound. Sometimes we tell them not to. I do not know what happened from the scene to here.
Okay. Are you aware that there were pictures taken at Bill-Big when the car first arrived there on November 11th?
No, ma'am.
And so you know all the debris and stuff that's on the seat on the driver's side, you don't know how that got there?
No, ma'am.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you know, who assigned you to go do the second search? Which detective?
I'm not positive.
You're not sure which detective?
No, ma'am.
Did you take the warrant with you?
No, ma'am.
Was there a second warrant
Nobody.
Okay. So you just, did somebody call you, send you an email?
What happens is we have vehicle request forms where a detective fills out a form and sends a copy of a warrant with the form, and they send it to our office. So who's ever assigned that day for the pound, we take all the vehicles that we process and go to the pound and process the vehicles that day.
Okay, so you take the warrant and you take the request form?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this day, you took the warrant and the request form?
Yes, ma'am.
You just don't know if it was a new warrant, is what you're saying?
That's the only time I've seen a warrant.
Okay, and then you don't remember who had filled out the request form?
No, ma'am.
And so you're the second searcher. Were you aware that it was searched the third time?
No, ma'am.
And you don't know what was recovered on the third search?
No, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Rosenberg, that wasn't only this wasn't the only involvement for this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you were asked to go to 3915 Ramona Avenue,
Yes, ma'am.
and this was done on December 8th of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 501. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
Search warrant.
And do you know what meaning this house has in this investigation?
No, ma'am.
Do you need to know in order to photograph potential evidence?
No, ma'am.
You just need to make sure that there's a search warrant, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 389 through 500. Do you recognize these photographs? In State's Exhibit 389, is this an aerial photograph of 3915 Ramona?
I do not know.
Okay.
Base 44 super agents, the next thing you can't live without. Clearing up your email, scheduling meetings, and delivering a brief before you've finished your morning coffee. Time to update what you think is possible. Base 44 super agent.
Yes, I recognize these photos.
And looking at Stakes Exhibit 390, this is that same placard that we are, or same type of placard that we typically see when crime scene starts their photos, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it says for case number 201916-2020, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think these photos will help aid a jury in seeing what you collected that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Photographed. Now, at this time, State Officer Stakes Exhibit 501 for record purposes and 390 through 500 for all purposes.
Say that again. Stakes Exhibit what, record purposes?
501.
If we approach.
Yes.
both sides were correct. So the defense has an objection to the particular exhibit?
Yes, so first, the defense filed a motion to suppress the search warrants as it relates to the digital evidence that was collected out of Ramona. We raised certain issues as it relates to attempting to request the court to keep that evidence out because there was no effort to identify who they belong to and all of the things. So in this moment, I would re-urge that motion in its entirety as it relates to the digital evidence of anything that was.
Disney Plus, Hulu, and HBO Max. The best in entertainment in one bundle.
This world goes deeper than you imagine.
I hope that's not what you're wearing.
The crown is a weight that crushed.
Ready to make your business official? Arrow AI Builder can help sort all of that out for you. Head to arrow.ai and start by describing your business. Now you've got a professional website.
If I die tomorrow, my family inherits $2.5 million. Not debt, not a mortgage, actual generational wealth. Here's exactly how I set that up. When we bought our first starter home, I bought a $500,000 life insurance policy. So if anything happened to me, my family could still afford the mortgage. First time I got life insurance, I did it the old way. Medical exams, phone calls, weeks of back and forth. It was a whole thing. When we bought our second home and my wife stopped working, I knew I needed more coverage. This time I found a better way. So I went to ethos.com. $2 million in coverage